Okay. I can get 2 layers in. Adam. What's up, some person? What's up, Newton? I'm doing pretty good. Yesterday I couldn't say much about yesterday though. At least in the morning. I don't think I've ever seen the chat become so cursed so quickly. It's barely even been 5 minutes. It's been 7 minutes and the chat's already cursed. It's literally like 3 different conversations with 3 people or 4 people or whatever. Up, I'll just go with turkey, because why not? I don't know. I try to keep the name short, at least to some degree. But, so keep that in mind. But, I am doing the Nether, yes. I know you said it as like a joke, but I actually am doing the Nether. I do need to. Seriously though, like, it's almost as bad as Discord in terms of being cursed. What's up, Rafi? You may have stumbled onto something that's a bit, what's up, Kaz? I mean, they can if they want to mine twice the amount. I don't recommend it, because this project's already kind of pushing the boundaries of how long you should really be putting a time into a project, if reasonable time amount. But, they can do it. They just, good luck to them. I mean, you got to think that nobody really went to the Farlands and it was only an 800-hour project. This is over, well, like 3,000. It's like people thought an 800-hour project was impossible at the time because of Kurt J-Mac, but imagine a 3,000-hour project. Probably less, honestly, but a little bit less. If you did it perfectly and you really made almost no mistakes, you could probably get it less than 3,000 hours, but I mean, honestly though, just you have to go 40 hours a week for 2 years straight, so I mean, I'm not kidding either. I think it's roughly 20, it's roughly some head calculations a while back. I think it was like 40 hours for 2 years straight. That's not even counting the mining. I would recommend you to stop spamming, seriously. Yeah, but see, Rafi's in the chat. And he doesn't hold back a lot of the times, so... Are you trying to turn Cookie into a religion? I'm getting some vibes from a long time ago. I think it was Juice and what was the other cult? Or not cult, but other war. It was a Juice and something else war. I'm getting some vibes from that. I mean, I have a Discord server. You could do something on there, I don't know. Make it even more cursed than it already is, because it can't get much worse than this. Then what is that? I wouldn't say worse, I'd just say more cursed, like. I don't think you can get any more cursed than it already is, maybe. It's literally like cult land. I'm surprised nobody made a cult of cults. Unless it's already on there. Which I probably missed it, but... I think so. I actually don't know if you can make channels or not. Or, who can make channels, really? I think the only way you could do it is a mod, or you become a, I think it's a legacy member. I think that's the only one I can think of where you can actually make a channel. I'm telling you when I say the legacy members are, very powerful. There's a reason I'm in it. But, I think that's the only legacy member. I think legacy member is the only one. Maybe diamond here. I need to check that what it is though. I think so. I think is it legacy? I'm not too sure. I'll have to see though. Which one it is? Give me a second. Let me check real fast. But some of these, I never even noticed some of these. Nope, it's just legacy. I'm pretty sure. Yep, it's just legacy. Legacy's the only legacy members are the only ones that can at least. If you don't do anything, I'm not too sure if it changed anything on the roles of the channel, like Discord roles, whatever, where you level up. I don't know what the roles are for that, but what's up, Darren? Who the heck are you asking? I don't know. Oh yeah, it's actually I don't know why the bitrate's so bad. Good thing you said something, because I really would not have noticed. I'm not gonna lie. But the bitrate is kind of going a bit insane. I mentioned that. For some reason. I don't really know why. Okay, I think it's getting better. I think it's because of the bitrate fluctuation why it's buffering so much. I think it's getting better though. From what I've been seeing from the bitrate itself. I have no clue what you were talking about, Darren. Yeah, imagine I actually have even decent Wi-Fi. Even my Wi-Fi is even though even compared to yours, it's actually pretty nice. But even then, it's not even considered halfway decent. Compare even if especially if you compare it to other places. Yeah, and that's saying a lot too, because this Wi-Fi is absolutely horrible. Especially when I have friends that literally have, do mind you, they live like 50, like less than 10 minutes away, and they had 300 megabytes per second download and like 30 upload or something like that. They live like 10 minutes away. It's actually less than 10 minutes, maybe more like 5 minutes away, let's be honest. I don't remember what you're actually talking about. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds kind of familiar, but I need a more of a refresher. You know, one time I thought about getting the unlimited plan. It's like an unlimited hotspot plan. It's like 30 gigabytes or something like that for my phone, and then trying to tether it because it's way faster. Until I realized how much data I would use with streaming, it's a stupid amount. It's ridiculous. It's like several. I think it's close to 90 up to 100 something gigabytes for even, and that was streaming pretty casually, still over 100 something gigabytes. I think now I'd probably be running over 200 gigabytes of data if I was just streaming using hotspot or tethering or whatever, which should be terrifying, but I think I remember you mentioning that, or somebody mentioning that. It sounds kind of familiar. Like, come on, it's like I have a person 5 minutes. It really sucks that location really matters so much. It's kind of ridiculous. I could move 5 minutes away and get over 100 megabytes pretty easily. Oh well, I think the place I'm gonna be moving to soon is gonna have way better Wi-Fi though. I may even be able to get fiber. That is if I really even should even be getting fiber in the first place. That's very overkill, but what would I lose first? That's kind of hard to say, honestly, because I don't really care too much about taste or smell that much. Probably smell. If I can get to layer 27 today and then get to layer 25 tomorrow. And then the next week I could get to layer 23. And then I don't think I'm going to be doing too much Tuesday because I have to go somewhere at a really weird time. Hopefully I can get a little bit done, but I'm not too sure. At least for it's gonna be a weird day, Tuesday. But 2 layers done that day, 24. Then Wednesday I could get 5 layers done, which is 19. 5 layers done, 14. Then I have 10 layers left. It would be pretty close. It'd be kind of a stretch to finish by next week, but I think I could do it. You know, I'd rather not close my eyes because I'd probably fall asleep. I'm trying to avoid closing my eyes. Let me just say that. Like, I'm not even that tired, but if I do close my eyes, I'm pretty sure I probably could fall asleep pretty easily. It wouldn't be much of a challenge. Sight? If I lost sight, I don't think it would matter that much. I think my hearing is better than my sight, I'll tell you that much. Way better. It's like that thing where it's like, where they say if you lose one sense, you have a lot in another sense or something like that. It's almost like that. I have no idea what this song is. You overestimate my memory a lot. When I say a lot, I mean you really overestimate it. I did at one point listen to more than 5 songs, but I kind of quit. I could care less about listening to more than 5 songs at this point. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sight so bad? 'Cause, sight only, you can really only for hearing is a little bit easier for the mind to digest. It's like listening to somebody speak about something versus seeing somebody. It's kind of hard to explain, but hearing somebody say something versus seeing somebody or hearing somebody speak is way easier to process than it is to see somebody, because it's just because the range of hearing is way higher than the range of seeing, if that even makes sense. And the only way we can really comprehend something is if it's literally in our face. So that internal memory to give us, it's hard to say, but I don't know. I think it's just the range of hearing. I mean, I've always considered myself like the ultimate eavesdropper because I can hear somebody talk like far away. I can really focus in on what they're saying. I mean, I've said that people are really bad at whispering all the time because they are bad, because I can literally just scope in and zoom in to what somebody's saying. What what were you doing 5 minutes ago? Mining? What time I got to school? Or got on a school bus? Because it was literally like, what, I think it was 5th grade, I think, or something like that. It was at least around that range. I have really no idea. I think it was, I don't know, because there was different years that I went to school, or different years when I went to the school bus. It was random, completely random. And a bit of a blur as well. I think one of the years at least was 5th grade. I'm not even 100% certain at all about that, so I'm kind of guessing. I'm trying to make a bigger scope for myself to try to remember, but it's hard. Was it elementary? I have no idea. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I did hit lapis. Probably did notice it, but didn't. You may have noticed it, but not registered it. I have no idea. Or you did notice it and registered it, which I know that does happen as well, but probably did know so. So if you didn't notice it, there you go. What? No, I just don't remember what time I got on the bus. Actually, just thinking about it, I think the only time... No, I never got on the bus in morning time. I know that for sure. I think I only got on the bus after school, which I don't remember what time I got out of school. I think it was like 3:45, I think, for the most part. I think high school was 3:20, if I remember correctly, since it hasn't actually been that long since I've been out of high school. So I can kind of remember that at least. Or at least know. It's not really a remember thing. It's more like a knowledge thing than anything. It's like I know that I got out of school during this time or whatever. I don't know. I don't know why I just said that, but it's at 860. I don't remember. I definitely don't remember that. Do mind you, you're trying to remind me of all these things? Can you imagine me trying to remind myself of all these things? Like, I can kind of remember things if somebody reminds me of them, if that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of how memory, somewhat memory works, but some people can just say something on the off the top of their head. Memory doesn't always have to be 100% reference for somebody else to reference it. Or it doesn't have to be 100% reference so for somebody to remember it. Some people do, I mean, most people remember things off the top of their head. I do not. I need external references for the most part. I don't think I actually ever went to school on the bus in the morning. I think it was only in the evening. Which, if I remember correctly, that ride really dragged. I'm talking really dragged. It was pretty bad and annoying. Wait a minute. Wait, no, I think I went to on the bus 6th grade. Or was it 6th or 7th? I think it was at least one time in junior high. At least I know for sure. I'm pretty sure of this. I think it was at least junior high when I went on the bus, at least once. Even then, I'm not even 100% sure. Yeah, they were all the buses were yellow, for sure. Only reason I know that is because it's literally the only color they had, so. Except for the charter buses. I never actually rode in one, but they seemed really nice. Wait, didn't I ride? No, I didn't. I didn't ride in one. I actually got on the bus with the band. That was awkward. I literally rode up with them with one of the concerts. I wasn't even in band. Yeah, that was really awkward. At least when I first started getting it. It was fine after a little bit, but flat-nosed, I think. I'm not too sure what you mean by flat-nosed along the end, but I think flat, I mean, it seemed like a pretty flat bus. These charter buses were really nice, seriously, compared to our regular school buses. I think it was a normal school bus I rode in, I think. It's crowded when I rode with the band. Super crowded when I rode with the band. Like, I'm talking, it was so crowded to the point where I think some people had to even go on the floor because there were so many bags. And there were like 3 buses too. I got a few stairs. That's all I'm just gonna say. And then after that, it was fine, but it was still really awkward when I first got on because I was the last one to get on. That was what made it awkward. If it would have been fine if I was one of the first few people to get on, but nope, I was literally the last one, which was really awkward. Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, they knew I wasn't in band, but I don't blame people who thought I was in band because honestly, I did hang out with band kids. Most of my friends were band kids, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And the people that I hung out with were in band and athletics too, so I really don't blame people for not thinking I was in band. Do I really regret not being in band though? Not really, but because I didn't really like the structure of band that much, I'm not gonna lie. It didn't seem that interesting. There's one point of playing an instrument, there's also one point in playing in a band. Let's be honest here. It's quite a bit different. This is coming from somebody who actually hasn't even played an instrument. Well, I technically have, but it was only for like a very, 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 very short period of time. But it wasn't even mine, so... I have no clue if they were mean or nice. Yeah, that was definitely one of the most awkward moments. I almost felt like that guilt started almost coming. I was like, should I actually be on here? Dude, some of those people probably got really mad though. They're like, really like, okay, why is this guy on here? That little bit of... I wouldn't say it's entitlement because it's actually, well, it's actually really deserved entitlement because they are the one that are in band and I'm not. So it's one of the few times where entitlement actually is rightfully deserved. Usually entitlement is not, but that's why I almost felt bad. That's why that guilt kind of started seeping in. But after a while, I was like, yeah, whatever. Now, if they told me just no, then I'd be fine. But if they say yes, okay, whatever. It really came down to the directors, really, when it came to me getting on the bus or just hanging out with the band in general, because I hung out in the band hall a lot, even though they were not supposed to really have people in the band hall. I remember, I think it was junior year or something like that. It's like at least once a year, there's always like a freshman or sophomore that says something about me not being in the hall. Always one person, at least, minimum. I know freshman year is definitely way, way more, but... Obsessed with buses, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a weird time though. I don't know. It's like, do I want to play? I kind of want to play an instrument, eventually play one. I don't know. It's like one of the few skills I've not learned. When I say few skills, I mean like I've really dipped my toes into a bunch of skills at one point, or I'm gonna continue to dip my toes in skills. And or just playing an instrument is definitely something I'm considering doing. I should make a bucket list of skills. That'd be interesting. Like, you know how people have bucket lists of experiences? I should make myself a bucket list of skills to learn. I know I won't retain them, but like still. Just to learn them, just to see how they feel or how they I don't know. Yeah, that was a weird experience though with the band because it's like I was literally just riding on the opinions of the directors, really. Now that's what you call, and this is coming from somebody who really doesn't have much awareness of reputation, but I kind of somewhat knew my reputation in school, at least to some degree, which really got me where I was in high school, even though it didn't make any sense because my reputation wasn't even that big, but it was like kind of, it was good, but it wasn't high up, I guess you could say. Which I guess was kind of a good thing because it actually made it better. It made it more of a meaningful reputation than like a stuck up one, I guess you could say. So that kind of gained trust, I guess you could say. I really gained trust in others and like the directors and stuff like that. I don't know, it was weird. I really did leverage which I am quite thankful for being able to hang out with some of the events and go to some of the events and stuff like that without actually being in band. I was probably one of the few people in the entire school that did that. I'm not kidding either. If that says anything about how uncommon that actually is. I was probably the only non-band kid on those 3 buses, and there were a lot of kids. But yeah. So yeah, I was probably one of the few people. It was kind of weird. That's why it made it so awkward. If I wasn't the only person, it wouldn't have been as weird. But considering I was probably the only non-band kid of the entire 100 or so people, that's really odd. That isn't the only time I've gotten some privilege. I've gotten like unnecessary privilege. Seriously. In some cases, it was super weird. That's why I almost felt guilty a lot of the times. It's like, do I actually deserve this? But it's like, if somebody else allows you to do it, why not do it? I mean, why not take the opportunity if somebody does allow you to actually have that opportunity? Even if other people may not agree with it, it's still not even their decision to begin with. So, I mean, what the heck is the point? That's kind of my mindset during that. I don't know if that was a good mindset or a bad mindset, but whatever. What's up, game guy? Or should I go with universe guy? I have no idea. Let's go with game guy. Sounds better. But we went to one of the I think it was the not band concerts. It was like band awards or something like that, where you get like specific awards. Gameverse, okay. But and all band kids go first. But guess who also went first as well? That wasn't a band kid. Yeah, talk about having underdeveloped parent, about underdeveloping my ethical awareness. Holy Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. It was oh God, this sounds pretty bad actually. I don't know, it was a weird time during that though. High school was definitely weird, I'll tell you that much, at least for me. I find it funny. I learned absolutely nothing in high school though. It was kind of my fault though, because I didn't know how to learn, and I just kind of learned like everybody else did, which is incorrect. But yeah, it was wasn't that great. Like I'm really questioning how I even did okay in high school. Seriously. I mean, I did pretty reasonable considering I put almost zero effort into it. So yeah, I don't remember anything about bus rides or anything of the sort. I just remember riding the bus. At least a year in junior high, and I think there was probably I think 1 or 2 more years, but that's it. I don't remember even what years it was. I don't know. I don't know. I actually did pretty well though. It wasn't like I did nothing though. It was like I mean, I actually did pretty well throughout high school. Just I don't know how I did well considering I put basically no effort into it and practically no effort. I mean, I still did my work, but it just took a while to do it. Let me just say that. I still did all my work and still did it reasonably correct. It was like that weird effort mark where it was like if I put a bit more effort into it, I could have went way further, but I was like in that middle range. If I actually put like effort that I know now, like how to actually learn, I could be way better. I probably could have been top 10% possibly. That's only if I put the effort into it though. If I didn't put any effort into it, I probably still could have done quite a bit better and I'd probably actually remember something in high school, but still if I actually put good effort into it, I probably could have done way better. But you know, I had a bit of a weird god complex even though I didn't even know I had one until it was kind of pointed out to me. Not by anybody specifically, but actually, well, technically it was someone, but it wasn't anybody in real life. Let me just say this, high school could have been less stressful for me. There were a lot of times where I literally stressed myself out for literally zero reason. Absolutely no reason. And it was completely my fault. I don't really know why I did it. I just did for some reason. I had a lot of unhealthy behaviors in high school, I'm not gonna lie. Even now I still have some, but it's not nearly as bad. I don't have that weird god complex anymore. I'm actually, level setting myself in any area of my life. I do know what class reunions are. I don't know if I'll actually go to one or not. I think it'd be interesting to go, and I'll tell you that much. At least one of them. Just to see. It would be, I think it's gonna be really awkward for me, but I think it would be interesting at the same time. I don't remember. I mean, I had a pretty good teach. I had a couple good teachers. There's only two that I can just. So I can remember some of the names, but I don't remember them specifically. I never really judged any of the teachers because I could have cared less about. I wouldn't say care less about the teachers. I'd say more like the class. I could care less about the class, so I couldn't really judge the teachers that much. I mean, I had an amazing coach. He was probably my favorite teacher. I mean, well, he really was actually good at teaching and classwork, but or teaching and coaching. But as I said, he really knew what he was doing. Let me just say that, tell you that much. Compared to pretty much all the teachers, I was straight with you. It's not even that the other teachers didn't even teach that bad. He just knew so well of what he was doing that even compared to some of the teachers that knew what they were doing, except for one of them. There's actually one other teacher that did really well when it came to teaching. Funny enough, they're both math teachers, but kind of weird, right? Shows you how much dedication math you have to really put into math, or how much dedication people are willing to put into math, including learning it or teaching it, whichever one, honestly. Yeah, I may go to the first one, but I don't think I'll go to any other one after the first one. I don't remember any substitute teachers. I just remember the class is horrible and it's annoying when substitute teachers because the classroom itself becomes a anarchy. Especially, at least in the classes that I were in. I mean, I think in pre-AP classes, which honestly, if I put a little bit more effort, I definitely could have done pre-AP classes. But I mean, whatever. But it's fine. Uh, it does suck. I didn't really know what my potential actually was until after high school. But even though it didn't, I don't think high school definitely would not have hit my potential even to the slightest in terms of real potential. But I just know my potential could have been higher, at least in high school, in terms of learning and actually learning new things and learning stuff in general. But Septoria slime, I'm not too sure what Moonlord is, but what I like, they actually are dedicated to the subject, and they're actually very serious about it, and they're really good at managing people. Students, they're really good at managing students well, and they make the class difficult as it should be. You couldn't put the little effort that you could have in other classes. They had a very good structure. Oh Jesus, I'm gonna go and save just in case. Holy Jesus. Okay. Okay, the thing is, most people don't like math teachers because they take things seriously. I actually am the opposite. I like it because they take things seriously. I mean, sure, there are bad math teachers, don't get me wrong, but the two that I'm talking about really did take it to the extra level, take it to the next level, I guess you could say, which was really nice or really cool that they actually did that. But most people didn't like it because they had to put in the extra effort, if that makes sense. So it's kind of your view on like how you viewed it, but this is coming from somebody who didn't put much effort into it. I did admire the fact that they actually put in the effort to go out of their way to go that extra mile when it came to teaching. I did kind of notice about that with the substitute teachers. I had a pretty good science teacher. Actually, technically two. Unfortunately, one of them didn't exactly get his I guess you could say his people didn't really, I would say they kind of made fun of him, not really. He didn't really care, but that much, but most people, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Especially the pre-AP kids. Holy Jesus Christ. Yeah, being in that class with pre-AP, it was like the only pre-AP class I actually took. My God, I thought the normal kids were normal as in like standard class people, standard class kids, I guess the people who took the standard classes. Generally speaking, they're pretty bad, but my God, when it came to the ego, like there was this ego shift when it came from standard classes to pre-AP classes, especially in that class specifically. It's like, is it really that? Is it really that? Bad. It probably isn't in other classes, but it's just the one pre-AP class I took. They just didn't like the teacher, which that ego thing kind of took it to the next stage, I guess you could say. I don't know. I just think I could have taken school way higher than I could have now, knowing now of how to actually learn things for once properly. I really could have taken it way higher. I don't know. I just felt really stupid in high school. Now I understand why. It's because I was learning with I wasn't learning how I should have learned, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, don't get me wrong, I didn't care too much about feeling stupid because I didn't put in the effort. If I put in more effort and did worse, then I'd probably feel even worse. But considering that makes a lot of sense why I didn't really feel that smart in school is because the structure itself didn't really benefit me at all. It actually benefited me the least of all of the types. But there's this weird arrogancy when it comes to like those higher level, especially when you get a group of people together in school, the pre-AP class. My God, they just do not care. Seriously. It's funny, they actually do care a lot, but they actually don't care. Because think about it, these are pre-AP classes. I'm just going to point out, in one class, the pre-AP class I had, I think, 5 or 6 of the top 10% in that one class. I had the top one, the top two. Sorry, I had the first, the second in the class, the so the valedictorian, salutatorian, third. No, I didn't have third. Yeah, I had third. Third? I think it was third. I think it was the sixth or something like that. It was a lot of people. It was crazy. And you're talking Yeah, you talk about arrogance. Holy Jesus. Even though actually the top two actually did take it seriously and weren't actually that arrogant. That's probably a reason they're top two, but they weren't that bad about it. There were a few people in there that were probably, I think, top 10%, but they were a bit much. Let me just tell you that much. It was a crazy class. I kind of enjoyed it, watching them getting kind of destroyed, but I still had somewhat of a god complex in that class, which was kind of funny because I actually felt pretty stupid, but I still had the god complex simultaneously. Is that weird? It was like a god complex combined with like a weird feeling horrible thing, whatever. Even though I could have just put in more effort and I actually learned how to learn, but nope, I decided not to because I didn't care. But it didn't matter anyway. I wasn't even gonna go down that rabbit hole of school anyway, so it's kind of one of the reasons why I'm kind of glad I didn't go down like switching to band because I would have went down that rabbit hole of school and I would have been way more ignorant than I would be now. Tell you that much. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I can answer all those questions. Give me a second. Okay, let me go back. Well, I mean, sorry about that. I was talking to a friend. But, do you think the general public is stupid or idiots? No, misinformed. And it's literally it's by the general public, or it's more by society influence in general is why the society in general, or let's just say the society in general is kind of pre-programmed in a way to be misinformed to fit their own agenda. So it's more misinformation than it actually is being stupid, because being stupid in air quotes is very subjective. So calling somebody stupid is kind of ridiculous, because you're basically labeling somebody stupid even though it's kind of just their action itself that's stupid, even though stupid in itself is really subjective. Super subjective. It makes no sense. You can call somebody's action stupid, but that's actually a better way to get somebody to listen. So if you want somebody to listen, call somebody's action stupid and not themselves, because it doesn't do anything. You're just insulting the person, not what they're doing. But general public is fine. I mean, sure, it's the misinformation kind of sucks, but I mean, can't really do too much about that. Dealing with stupid people, I would say more like dealing with either saying stupid is still very subjective, so I can't really say what a stupid person could be considered. I would say it's more like, I wouldn't really consider it stupid. I would say it's just, I still think it's more misinformed, because you got to think about it, it's more of a, the reason why people call other people stupid, you really, God, I hate the fact that people even call other people stupid in the first place, even though it actually isn't their fault in the first place, because it's actually nurture that really affects them in general. But I would say it's more like, because it's not really stupid. You're pretty much just making this very generalization about somebody. Also, isn't it arrogant to call somebody stupid themselves because you're trying to put yourself above another person? Now, if you called somebody's action stupid, then that would be different, but if you're actually labeling somebody stupid, isn't that arrogant to actually call somebody stupid just to put yourself above them? Because the person themselves are fine, it's just the actions that they actually commit, which can be influenced by other people, so it's not entirely their fault. I mean, sure, they have a choice in not doing it, so it's still their responsibility in not making that choice to begin with, but it really isn't technically their fault in that case, because they're the ones that's actually being influenced by other people, which society in general kind of does influence certain behaviors like that due to society's pressures in doing certain things, social norms, anything of that sort, really. Which causes, guess what, misinformation, which can make people make really ridiculous decisions that you wouldn't expect. Because you're saying, like, ooh, I wouldn't make that decision. I'm not that stupid. That's so insanely arrogant. It's kind of makes me want to vomit in this trash can over here. But, I mean, yeah. So, there you go. That's my little rant over that. So, you may want to check yourself if you call somebody stupid. I'm just saying. You may want to check with yourself first before you talk to somebody's intelligence, even though intelligence in themselves is kind of subjective anyway. So, you may want to look into that before you try to devalue somebody's intelligence. But yeah, there you go. That's pretty much it. That's all I have on that. Yeah, there's my little rant for today, probably, unless you ask a question that may also trigger me as well. Maybe not trigger me, but more like get me, I wouldn't say really triggered. I'm not really triggered by the questions. It's just more thought-provoking than anything. Yeah, there's that. So, also, if you're wondering, I didn't actually technically answer the question. It's more like, how do I deal with misinformed people? But, how do I deal with them? It's more like, I really don't, I guess. It really depends on the situation, but it's more like, are they willing to hear the truth in certain situations? I generally just don't do much when it comes to dealing with misinformation or people who really like power or something like that. I don't know. It's funny watching somebody who says they're not arrogant but thinks everybody's stupid. It's like literally contradicting themselves in 2 sentences. It's like, I'm not arrogant, I just think everybody is stupid. Nice. So it's like you're literally prejudging somebody thinking that you're smarter than them, which is literally arrogant. It's like, ooh, oh my god, I'm automatically smarter than this person. Because I just elect myself smarter for some reason. Even though I don't actually consider myself arrogant, which is really stupid. And they tried to pull some claim about not about saying, "Oh yeah, I didn't actually explicitly say I think they're stupid. I'm just assuming that everybody else is stupid." Even though that didn't make any sense because you're still assuming the other people are stupid to begin with. So, I mean, you're not really in the best argument here. Your argument isn't exactly that feasible, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I think that conversation's pretty much done. I think. Or not conversation, more rant than anything, but whatever. Um, turned more into a rant than anything after a while. I think I know what you're talking about, and it's slightly triggering slightly triggering knowing about that. So are people literally just throw these arbitrary statements out to people without actually really realizing what they're saying? Something I've learned, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've done that many times in the past. But it's really when you need to learn to basically shut your mouth when it comes to saying specific statements about somebody, 'cause you can't take it back after you say it. So you better choose wisely if that's actually a good statement to use on somebody. Because if you're a TI user, you're going to make a statement about how good or bad somebody is based on their character, or even based on just how they are as a person, so which could be super ignorant if you don't actually know what you're talking about. Like that, for example, that statement's a TI statement. It's like, because they are stupid. It's like, yeah, nice. It's a nice little random statement just to make yourself feel better. Like people put down, I mean, that phrase about people putting other people down for their own self. People don't realize how much they actually do that until you like shove a mirror in their face. It's pretty frustrating. It's like, ooh, what do you think common sense is coming from? What do you think common sense comes from? Common sense is literally the cause of the earth, or caused by that. It's like, ooh, I know this, but you don't know that, so that means I'm smarter than you in this. It's like, it doesn't really matter if you're actually smarter than that person in that area. People really need to stop overvaluing what they know, because most people are TIFE users, I think more than FIT users, so people need to stop overvaluing intelligence so much, because it's so subjective. There are two types of intelligence. You're either rational or you're logical. And depending on what you learn depends on how you use it, and the information that you gather. People need to stop doing this thing of like, oh yeah, I know this, you don't know that. They really need to stop doing that. Common sense is literally common ignorance. It's also common arrogance as well. Because here's the thing, you're literally putting expectations on people to know certain things even though they don't know it. And you should just put no expectations on people. These expectations are so ridiculous, especially now. Especially on the environment that somebody was raised in. Or not the environment they were raised in, the environment, whatever the knowledge is. So if it's an area with this type of knowledge, they're expecting somebody to know it already. Even though they probably shouldn't. I don't care how many credentials you have. You're still not gonna know something. All credentials are is just a mask. For the most part. I mean, I could be a self-taught developer, know way more than people who go to college for potentially, that is. I'm not saying I am better than people who go to college. I'm just saying it's just showing that you could actually, most of the time self-taught developers are usually better than, from statistically speaking, it's better self-taught than not being self-taught. At least if you compare self-taught to college degree developers, computer science degrees, which makes sense. That kind of shows the education system is kind of bleh, and not very useful in computer science. But I mean, whatever. People like those degrees. I know there's some companies that absolutely need them, but you really just need experience. Whatever. It's like nice. It's and I'm not even saying like you shouldn't be negative. I'm not saying this like toxic positivity type of thing where like everybody should be kind to each other. It's more like everybody should stop tearing each other down. It should be more like, or in a bad way, or I would say more insulting. You can tear people down, but you can do it in a good way by actually giving legitimate criticism or telling you, hey, maybe okay, it's okay that you didn't know this. Here's the correct answer, instead of saying like, oh yeah, you're stupid for not knowing this. It's like there's a difference between insulting somebody and literally just criticizing somebody. I could criticize somebody. They could feel insulted, but it actually isn't an insult. This is why I always say criticize somebody's behaviors, not themselves. For the most part, at least. There might be situations where you may have to criticize the person itself, but usually it's based off of the behaviors. So if you can criticize somebody's behaviors, you can improve on other people's behaviors. Remember, you're targeting the behaviors, not the person themselves. The person themselves should grow as long as you target the behaviors, but as long as you target the behaviors, not the person. Like people thinking that for some reason that you need world peace. To get world peace, you need to just like each other or love each other. The only way you can really love each other though is if you can get rid of everybody's lies, I guess you could say. Because the lies create entitlement for the most part of knowing something or feeling good about something. Of a specific knowledge and not letting go of it. It's more like you should just burn everybody's lies and then heal them and then they'll thank you later and then guess what? They'll start liking you. And then you can start liking yourself and then boom, there you go. That's how you do peace. That's how peace is literally created. Actually meaningfully created, not just like, okay, I'm gonna fake peace. Just to just pretend I like somebody instead of actually liking them. I don't know. I could go on forever, honestly. I'm not gonna. I could go on for a long time. Talking about this stuff. Rick, I don't really have any music recommendations. Thing is, I'm not too sure what movies or music you'd like, though. It's too broad to say. Recommend. It's hard to recommend. I don't know if you can mute yourself. I know, I don't think you can mute other mods, dude. I think we tested that a long time ago. I don't think you could do it with other mods. You can't mute other mods. I'm not too sure if you can mute yourself. Might be possible, though. I don't think mods can be muted or banned or anything like that. Except for me, I think I can do it. I think I'm the only person that can do it. I mean, it makes sense. It's like yeah, that makes perfect sense, but I mean, still. But, What is it? Hmm. Favorite movie? I really don't have a specific favorite movie. I really don't have a favorite movie, I'm not gonna lie, unless I'm like with somebody. Then I may be able to enjoy a movie, but watching a movie by myself really isn't there. It's not really about the movie itself. It's really about the being with that person, really. More than the movie. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but it kind of is true, though. I'd say the only movies I'm kind of drawn to are fast-paced movies, really. Fast-paced movies, and, I don't know. I'd say really just fast-paced stuff. I don't know. I don't really care that much about movies. I could care less about experiences in general, really, for the most part. I mean, there's a reason I'm doing this project. Trust me, if I actually cared about experiences, I would not be doing this project. Because let's be honest here, there's like nothing you can really get out of this in terms of. I mean, unless you got really comfortable with not having any experiences for long periods of time. But I mean, mine's more like I could just care less. I mean, I care about it. I care about experiences occasionally, but it's really on the side of like with other people more than it actually is just on my own. I think the only exception to that is probably food, but that's even then that's not really that. Even though that's also kind of stretching it though. Yeah. I mainly just like cars though in general. It's the only reason I really got into Fast and the Furious is because of cars. I liked racing games and racing in general. Not really into like mechanics of cars. It's more like just a car like culture type racing culture, whatever. Maybe not really the culture itself, just racing in general. I guess you could say something about it. Like even though I was watching a movie with my family and do mind you, I only got a couple hours of sleep, so it wasn't that great. So my attention span's already bad enough. So um but they were asking me questions about like the movie or something like that. I was like, I have no idea what I just watched. Because you know, I have literally the attention span of a potato. Especially since the movie itself was really slow. And I was very tired, so it didn't really. It's like, so, yeah, it was. You know what's funny? I always look like I'm so invested in something, but it's literally just focus. It's so funny seeing um how I look like I'm way more invested into things when I'm doing something, even though I'm not actually that invested into it. Say, for example, eating food or something like that. I look super invested into it, but I could actually care less about the food itself. It's literally just food to me. Seriously though, like I mean, I know that sounds very negative, but it's going to be negative because I'm not exactly built like the same as other people. At least I know now how I'm built differently. Literally, just mentally speaking from a psychological standpoint. And that literally includes the completely opposite type of priority in terms of cognitive functions. What's up, Chris? Nice. Oh, that actually doesn't sound that bad. At least to me. I've never driven long distances. I just know I can drive long distances. Let's be straight here. It makes perfect sense. I mean, if I can mine for, what, 12 hours straight or whatever, I'm pretty sure I could ride in a drive a car for 12 hours. Especially since it's even easier to stay focused on that than it is this. It's weird. Like you would think driving you'd have to be more in the moment, but for the most part, as long as you're driving, generally you'd be driving on a highway for 6 hours. For the most part. And which is even more mind-numbing than this. But it's also more active, which is pretty cool because I actually stay awake better. I don't know. I just know I'm very capable of driving for 6 hours pretty swiftly. As long as I know where I'm going. Hopefully I don't forget about gas, though. That's the only issue. Because it's such a long trip. It'd be such a long trip for me that forgetting about gas would be pretty easy for me to do. I don't even know what my longest trip. It's not that much at all. Like I'm talking, it's way less than 3.5 hours. To be fair, I haven't had any reason to go for. I've never had any reason to drive for 3.5 hours or even more than an hour. Honestly, really had no reason to drive more than. pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Probably is, because you're literally just going one direction for... long periods of time. Wait, I thought you said you... I thought the Autobahn was the reason you wanted to, like, jump out of the car. Or was that another place? Or was that another, time you were doing it? When you were taking the test? Oh, never mind then. Okay. I think the last time I had a really bad performance anxiety was, the CompTIA A+ exam. But it was still my fault because guess what? I did not put in the effort I should have put in to take the exam or study for it, I guess. Even though I didn't actually have to study that much for it, actually wasn't that bad, but I still didn't study correctly. I really didn't. I could have done way better on the exam, and I still did actually pretty nice. Let me just say is I failed the exam twice because of my stupidity. When I talk about my stupidity, I mean actually it's more like my ignorance than my stupidity of learning. Yeah, I'd say ignorance. Stupidity is not really the great word to say. Let's go with that. It's a better way to say it. It's like, ooh, I for some reason think I know how to learn, even though I don't actually know how to learn at all. It brought me back to high school in some cases because of my ignorance of how to learn. I still didn't know how to learn until recently. Properly, at least in my own words, I guess you could say. Is it funny? I have to look at this little bitty section. I have to go kill the Ender Dragon, then mine that tiny little thing. But yeah, I could have done way better in the exam than I could have. But those exams are expensive. They're like $200. I mean, I know it's not as expensive as some exams, but for an entry-level exam like that, it's pretty expensive. It's like $232, I think it was. If I remember correctly, that's how much it was. Which was the CompTIA A+, which was a standard IT exam. That's like a very generic one. Then there's the Network Plus, which is $349, I think it was. Another $100 more. And then there's a security plus, which I think was even more. I don't know how much a security plus actually is. I might look it up. Look it up real fast. I think it was... Hey, don't worry. I spent $800. And unfortunately, not all of it was my money. It was like 2 of the tests. Yeah, it was $800. I think it was total. Was it 800? Yeah, I think I felt... No, it wasn't 800. It was like 7 something. I don't remember. But, let's see how much it is real fast. If it's that much, I'm gonna be... If it's like $500, I'm gonna go crazy. Because I think it's even higher level than the Network Plus. Imagine thinking you can get a software developer job with a... 370? Oh my god, dude. So if you wanted all 3 of the exams, it would be 70 plus 700 to be about $1,000. Which I guess isn't horrible, especially since you can get into a completely new field just with those tests. But that sounds pretty painful though. That's a lot of money. Why? I actually didn't take damage. Even though it made the noise that I fell off something. And took damage. It made the same noise when you take damage, but I actually didn't take damage. Yeah, about $1,000. But I mean, still, it's kind of frustrating that I didn't know how to learn that well, at least. Okay, let's go on. At the time, but it's all right. I think to be fair, that A plus A plus cert is gonna kind of go to waste, especially if I'm doing programming. Unfortunately. So I don't really need the cert anymore. I mean, it could be useful, at some point if I ever, for some reason, absolutely, really... Okay, there we go. Well, that was horrible. That's all horrible. That one was also horrible. Apparently I can't aim. Oh, that was so close. Let's name it. Let's name them. I have no idea. Yeah, let's name it that. I have no idea. Daggin. Okay. Into Daggin. What's up, Azza? Well, like Ender, Minder, Linder. It sounds so stupid. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that, but Ender, Minder, Linder. I didn't mean to do that, but I didn't realize my mic was actually that close. But I was actually pretty close. The fact that I repaired my elytra and I repaired pretty much almost all my pickaxes is pretty good considering everything. I mean, it doesn't matter if I even repair all of them completely. It really doesn't. I'll mine so many blocks, it kind of just blends in. Get some more water in a minute. Got to drink some earlier. Alright, give me a second. Let me do something. I may start doing more push-ups. Because my shoulders are sore from work and stuff like that. Okay, I'm back. Did I save? I think I saved. I'm not too sure actually. I think I saved before I went out to get to do the push-ups. I don't remember. I'm not sure. Probably because I stream constantly. That's probably why it pops when you're recommended. What's up, gamer guy? That's probably why, though. Because I stream so often. I mean, look at my past days. I mean, I even did a 24-hour stream at one point. And the reason I stream so much, or why I can stream so much, is because work is, I work late. Or not work late, but I start work at like 4 p.m. Not only that, but I have 3 days off in a row, so I can pull 3 12-day streams, which I have, or 3 12-hour streams in a row, which I haven't done yet. Mainly because I'm usually doing something on those days, at least a couple things to do, but it's alright. I don't really need to go 12 hours every single day for those days. Even 6 to 8 hours is perfectly fine. I just need consistent progress, at least minimum, to finish this project in a reasonable amount of time. That's probably why, though. Because I stream almost daily. The only day I don't stream is Sundays. Because I work at 11 all the way to 10. Which isn't that bad. I used to work even worse hours than that. And I get about an hour and a half to 2 hours of overtime every single time I work too, so that really does add up after a while. Generally, it's around an hour to between just guys 1 and 2 hours. Yeah, I've been just deleting layers basically. I was on layer 56, I think. I think it was last week. I don't even actually remember. Now I'm on layer 27. I was way up there. Okay, I'm back. music. Yeah, back. Yeah, making some pretty good progress. Trying to at least mine 2 layers a day. Except for Sunday. Okay. that was fast. Each drink water. How long is it gonna be till I get to 15 push-ups? Probably gonna take another week or so until I move into 15 maybe. Maybe a little bit longer than that. I mean, I can do these habits, just the problem is that if I'm talking before I get to the habits, it's hard for me to remember. Because, you know, bad at multitasking type of thing. Gigantic, seriously. How big this ravine is. That's why I did that. Just in case. There's a chance I could have survived that, but I was like, yeah, no. I'm not dealing with that. I could have survived that. It would have been really close, though. Okay. I have to skip the push-ups for now because I need to get this layer done. Imagine. This is gonna be my fastest section, I think, ever. I'm gonna be streaming pretty, ending the stream pretty soon because I have to go to work at 4, so. And I still have to eat as well, so. It's gonna be the same day, it should be about the same stream time tomorrow. And then Sunday, I'm not gonna be streaming. Or the next day, I'm not gonna be streaming. The day after that, I'm gonna be doing the same schedule, and then Tuesday, I'm gonna be doing something, but I should be able to stream at least. And then Wednesday, Thursday, I should be able to stream all day. And same thing, repeat. It's gonna be very similar. Because I have a very static schedule, so. When I say static, I mean I have the same schedule for an eternity. Unless I get called in for something, but. Yeah. Alright, it's 4 to closing. 4 to closing Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off. Friday, Saturday, 4 to closing. Saturday, Sunday is 11 to closing. Darren. I'm thinking about what you're telling me, which is about thinking about something, so I have no idea. It's like, how am I supposed to know what I'm thinking, or how am I supposed to think about something else if you're telling me to, if you're trying to get me to process to think about something? Because I'm going to be thinking about what you're saying because I'm trying to process what you're about to say or what you're saying in chat, so it's like, it's really funny when people do that all the time to me. They're like, hey, what are you thinking about? Well, I'm thinking about what you're telling me to think about, or not telling me what to think about. I'm processing what you're telling me. I'm processing your comment about thinking about, asking me about thinking about something. Holy Jesus Christ, this is confusing, but it's like you can't really ask somebody, especially for me, that processes every bit of information to get me to talk about what I'm thinking about, especially when I process what you're thinking about anyway. Because I'm literally thinking about processing about thinking about what you're telling me to do, or asking me about what I'm thinking. So I have no idea what I'm saying, so I do know something? I didn't know that. Now I know that I don't know something, or I know that I know something now. It means that I know something. I don't know. I didn't know I didn't. I didn't know I knew something. Now I know that I know something. The heck are you talking about? Still really have no idea what you're talking about. Actually, I think I know what you're saying, but I don't understand why you're saying it. Anything to feel better. There you go. I said it. I said anything to feel better. Hey, I took that literally. That's all you said. I mean, what the heck else are you expecting? I don't know what you're expecting, seriously. You literally said, can you say anything to feel better? I said, can you... I said anything to feel better. What the heck is going on in this chat, seriously? I don't know how Larry is. I just know who he is. Wait, did you not realize you had a misspelling? You said how Larry is, not who he is. You said, please tell me you know how Larry is. I don't know how Larry is. I just know who he is. Not know that. I have not met a real one before. I have no idea what you're saying. I wouldn't continue to spam, I'm just saying. There's a certain person here who has a bat, and he's not afraid to use it. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. God dang it. That was bad timing. Alright. Well, the problem is, this is like the worst time to get timed out because I'm gonna be ending the stream, so yep, I'm gonna be ending the stream now, so yep, that was a bad time. But alright. I'll see you